Good morning. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Honorable members, by letter dated 16 June 2023, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following: General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023/2024 Number 1 Bill 2023. 2. Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023. 3. Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023. 4. Insurance Bill 2023. 5. Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. 6. International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023. 7. Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreements Number 1997, 2061, 2054, 2047, 2147, and 2295, Loan Amendment Motion 2023, and 8, Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Amendment Number 2 to Loan Agreement Number 025-1060-01, Loan Amendment 2023.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 Number 1 Bill 2023. Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023. Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023. Insurance Bill 2023. Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023, Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order Number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 67/1/14, Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Belize for the period 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020. Sessional paper number 68/1/14, Annual Report of the Integrity Commission of Belize for the period April 2022 to March 2023, and sessional paper number 69/1/14, supplementary appropriation number 1 schedule for fiscal year 2023-24.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or the sitting of the Senate.
Madam President, I move that, sorry.
You're in a rush this morning, Leader of Government Business. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
My apologies, Madam President. I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
Madam President, with your permission, I will take these two motions together. They seek to do the very same thing. Whereas I move that whereas Belize, being a member of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has received financial support from the bank throughout the years and currently has 5 loan agreements in execution for the following ongoing projects. Loan number 1997, Rural Financing Program for US $1,905,800, signed on the 5th June 2009. Loan number 2061, Renovation and Rehabilitation of the Corozal Border Post for US $6,167,410, signed on the 8th June 2011. Loan number 2054, Renovation and Rehabilitation of the Southern Highway from the Trauma Dump to Halakte for US $4,500,000, signed on the 8th June 2011. Loan number 2147, Belize Integral Security Program for US $30 million, signed on the 21st August 2015. Loan number 2295, Expansion and Rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway for US $24 million, signed on the 19th October 2022. And whereas the interest rate for these 5 loan agreements signed between the Government of Belize and CABE is currently based on the London Interbank Offered Rate, LIBOR, and whereas the LIBOR interest rates will cease to exist on the 30th June 2023 and will be replaced by the Secured Overnight Financing Rate, SOFR, SOFR being a broad measure of the cost of borrowing cash overnight collateralized by Treasury securities. And whereas CABE has informed of its move to adopt SOFR as its new lending reference rate for its loan portfolio in Belize, and whereas the transition to this new lending rate will require amendments to the 5 signed loan agreements with CABE to indicate the following. The LIBOR index shall be replaced with the 6-month SOFR plus 442.826 basis points credit spread adjustment set by CABE. And whereas the Government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of resolution for such amendment, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the amendment is necessary and in accordance with the international best practices, approves and confirms that the Government of Belize may enter into Amendment Number 1 to Loan Agreements 1997, 2061, 2054, 2047, and 2295 with CABE as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam President, the second motion is with respect to Taiwan. I move that whereas the Government of Belize, through its bilateral program for economic cooperation and development with the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, requested and received financial support in 2017 from the government of that country for general financing purposes, and whereas the financial support received was in the form of a long-term concessionary loan from the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan in the principal amount of US $25 million. And whereas the interest rate for this loan agreement signed between the government of Belize and Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited is currently based on the London Interbank Offered Rate, and whereas the LIBOR interest rate will cease to exist on the 30th of June 2023 and will be replaced by the Secured Overnight Financing Rate, SOFR, and whereas the Mega International Commercial Bank Company has informed the government of Belize of its move to adopt the SOFR as its new lending reference rate for its loan portfolio in Belize, and whereas the transition to this new lending rate will require amending the signed loan agreement with Mega to indicate the following: that commencing the 14th August 2023, the borrower shall pay to the lender interest on the outstanding balance of the loan disbursed by way of advances on each interest payment date for the interest period, with then ending at the rate of 6 months term SOFR plus credit adjustment spread of 0.2% and 2.5% per annum. Whereas the government of Belize is required to obtain a prior authorization from the National Assembly by way of a resolution for this amendment, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with the international best practice, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 025106001 with Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreement with all other documents and agreements connected therewith. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this amendment, Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABA Amendment number 1, to loan agreements number 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295, loan amendment motion 2023, is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 1 to loan agreements 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2295 with CABE as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this amendment, being Government of Republic of China, Taiwan Amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 025-106001, loan amendment motion 2023, is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 2 to loan agreement number 025-106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreement and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 30th day of March, 2024. Madam President, in my very brief opening on this bill, the obvious question that arises is why now, in June, a supplementary appropriation bill? The first reason, Madam President, for which no one can take any pride is that it came to the attention of the government, specifically the Ministry of Finance, that a number of projects that were ongoing and which should have been included in this year's budget did not reach the budget book. It arose, according to the Financial Secretary in his brief to the Cabinet, that when payments came due, the Ministry of Finance realized that a number of ministries had failed to submit ongoing budget requests for projects that were ongoing, and therefore funds had to be appropriated to meet the ongoing projects. The second reason, Madam President, is that grants were received from partners after the budget was debated. Those monies, again, relate to two things: new projects as well as ongoing projects. When the budget was prepared, the money had not been received, and therefore we could not appropriate it. We had no idea when it would come in. Those funds, approximately just over $10 million, have now come in, and therefore we're putting them into the budget to meet the projects that they are indexed to meet. And then, of course, Madam President, there were, of course, urgent and unforeseen expenditures. For example, the fire for that school that burnt down, the decision by the government to provide support to the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association in terms of fertilizer. That, again, was not budgeted and had to be appropriated. So there, in terms of timing, one, there are ongoing projects that should have been budgeted, and regrettably, and for which we are, as a government, have to accept responsibility, which should have been budgeted and were not budgeted. They are now being brought forward. Secondly, grants that came in after the budget was debated and which we need to finance projects. Thirdly, there are urgent and unforeseen expenditure which is required by law for us to get the permission of this Honorable Senate, where possible, to approve those expenditures before they are undertaken. Madam President, in addition to that, there are expenditures for which parliamentary approval is sought in compliance with the Constitution. That is to say, a decision taken by the government to appropriate further sums not budgeted, but which the government wishes to pursue and which requires parliamentary approval, not to spend the money and then many years later come and seek approval.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't mean to be confrontational, Madam President, as I never am. However, you can't just come to the Senate, Madam President, and say, well, my fault. You see, the ministries that have a management team, Minister, FO, AO, CEO, they just didn't submit things when they were supposed to submit things. And where are we about that? But it's a lack of management. It's a lack of planning. Then you need to fire your CEOs. If they, you see, Senator Montero, when you come to me or come to this Senate, Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, and you budget for the whole year $222,000, $222,988 for operating costs, which ominous by itself. My bad. There were some expenses we didn't know we made or we didn't turn in. So now you come for that line item and ask in a supplemental for $304,844. less than 3 months after your national budget presentation, you come with a supplemental in a line item that is more than what you budgeted for the whole year. That's not a mistake. But your preamble to your presentation was that this is based on the fact that grants came in that we didn't account for, this came in that we didn't account for, we are just now budgeting stuff that we should have budgeted for or put down or write down or put forward. But how do you explain, and in your 2 line items, I don't know if it's a repeat, but there's an additional $484,000 under National Defense and Border Security. I shouldn't even say new. This is a line item that you're coming for a supplementary, which is $484, for something you didn't budget for at all in the budget presentation. Nothing, blank. So not only do you come and increase in less than 3 months more than what you budgeted for the year, there's another line item for which you didn't budget for at all. That is a sign of very bad budget management. Because even if you get unexpected expenses, how can it be unexpected to the point where you have to shell out under $500,000 that you didn't expect 3 months after presenting your budget? Look at the judiciary. I'm not saying that we're not really getting 3 new judges. I'm not saying we're not getting them, but we didn't know that. We just know that we need to get 3 new senior court judges. We just know that we have to budget for that. We clearly had to have known that before. Why didn't we put it in the budget that was just passed at the end of March? Why now? Madam President, when you look at some of these things, and of course, for the ombudsman can leave $4,000. But some ominous things get like hundreds of thousands of dollars that weren't even budgeted for. When you look, for example, urban improvement project. Urban improvement project. So then where was it budgeted for in the budget? No, this is for no supplemental on the way, only right. The budgeted amount, the approved estimates, 0. And now you come with a supplemental for $7 million. So you bang, there's a project you're championing. But why didn't you budget it? Why is it now being budgeted? You just realize it's a great project? $7 million less than 3 months after your budget presentation? Come on, man. Something not correct. Listen, National Bank of Belize, capitalization, $5 million. You didn't know you would need that? Program to support the health sector to contain, control, and to mitigate viruses, $732,000. You didn't know you would need that? Because you didn't budget for it at all in the last budget. When you look at hurricane, with fertilizers for cane farmers, $1 million. All right. But it's an ongoing program. You didn't budget for it you didn't budget for it. $1 million. Man, look here. We need to provide fertilizer for the man in a long time. Not wrong in each other. Not wrong in each other. Huh? Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change. New Green Building Ministry of Sustainable Development, $200,000. Where that for? Where that for? What? And then Ministry of Human Development, Social Protection. We not give no pantry. We We don't do no social program. We don't cut that out. No, done. Done. We don't give that. We don't budgeted $4 million for it. And in less than 3 months, you need half of that, 2 more million. You know, boss, the budget correct. Nobody, you run a business. And you tell your shareholders you need 4 million for the year. And in 3 months, you come back and say, boy, I'm off by 2 million. I need 2 more million. Something is wrong with either your estimates or your management of the funds. When you look, Madam President, Ministry of Economic Development and Investment, resilient rural Belize. Resilient rural Belize. The approved estimate, Madam President, was $150,000. Less than 3 months later, you come and you ask the National Assembly for 2 million. 2 million. Madam President, forgive the creolism, but how you get there? How you, in planning your budget for 2023, 2024, say, you know, we have something named Resilient Rural Belize. We need 150,000. And in less than 3 months, come to the National Assembly and say, we were off by $1,850,000. You know, smell good. You know, look good. Either somebody is mismanaging the funds or you're not planning correctly. Because you cannot be that off. You cannot be that off with your estimates. Senator Herrera, any business person, any shareholder, any CEO of a company you belong to can request $150,000 for a project, less for the year, less than 3 months, and come and say, we need almost more than 20 times that. That means something is wrong. You either don't know what you're doing, you don't know how to budget, or you're not using the resources properly. That's crazy. Madam President, ain't loaded with anything, you know? Loaded with anything there. And the only thing that seems to, they're getting some grants, the CDB loan, but other than that, for what they are doing, it is crazy. For what they are doing, clearly it demonstrates a lack of planning, Madam President. And when you come to this National Assembly and you ask for, what's the total of this? Almost, what, $70 million? What, $69 million? For supplemental? That's almost 10% already. And so, Madam President, we have to say that there is either some serious mismanagement going on or the planning is out of whack. And that's my presentation, Madam President. I do not support the supplemental.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in my presentation at the budget in April, I had pointed out in the Ministry of Defense and Border Security that the numbers had seemed very off. And I had said that because in that budget you had personnel projected at 1,838. There were no increase in this coming year, and the budget, the actual amounts expended on salaries and wages in that year or last year was $56 million, and this year it's $43 million, even though the number of personnel remain the same. And there were other areas as well. I think supplies were about $9 million less than what it was this year. And again, you had all those personnel. So I'm not surprised that we came back this quickly for Ministry of National Defense and Border Security for $788,000. And again, this is operating costs, so I don't suspect that this is part of any projects. Again, I stand corrected on this, but I don't think it's a part of any projects. And I expect that there will be more supplementary requests in Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, Madam President, because, like I said, the numbers are very, very off. I'm not aware that we are downsizing our this ministry, and so I will expect in the near future that we will have to come back with more supplementaries in this area. On Cap 2, Madam President, there is the National Bank of Belize, 5 million capitalization. Now again, generally, this type of thing is required from time to time, especially for a new entity. So it's not entirely surprising. The only point I'd like to make here, Madam President, is that perhaps we should have some information in terms of why the need for the additional capitalization. It says it is expected, again, for a fairly new entity that you will be running short of cash. Many times you'll be running in the red for quite a number of years. And so I suspect that it's this type of need for additional inflows that would have led to this this supplementary. But again, I think that we should probably have the details on it. Again, I stand corrected on this, on the Amnesty Project 2022. Again, this is likely, I suspect it's on what we spent on the program in terms of bringing it to a close. And so, Madam President, on land development acquisitions, approved estimate 12 million, we're asking for 5 million more. Again, I think it would have been good to see what, why the need for that $5 million within about 3 months after the budget was passed. If we continue on this trend, Madam President, we could easily be at $26 million over budget for the year if we continue on this trend in that area. And so I'd like to have pointed that that particular item out. Again, I take what the leader of government business said with respect to the there were some additional projects that were not foreseen. But I also believe, Madam President, that the heads of departments and those responsible to submit budgets really have to take some of the processes that are required in the budgeting process more seriously. I think that, looking at what we were doing in April and seeing some of the numbers off, I think we can expect that there will be a number of supplementaries, some of those areas where some of those ministries may not have been realistic in terms of the numbers they submitted. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Good morning, Madam President. Madam President, I thought I would have been wasting my time to get up and say something here, but I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Senator Perifi, on the management process, the budget process, and the foresight in putting this together and coming to the Honorable Senate 3 months, less than 3 months after, and for a supplemental budget of $69 million. When you look at the recurrent side, it's just $1.7 million. On the Capital 2 side, it's $61 million. And of course, the grants and loan of $6.6 million makes up the total of $69 million. But we know, as I said before, that the Cap 2 projects are funded from the surplus, the difference between your revenue and expenditure. So I'm not certain, and maybe it requires some explanation as to 3 specific items that my colleague did not mention here. The Urban Development Project, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, $21 million. Nothing was budgeted, and then we come less than 3 months for $21 million. And Ministry of Home Affairs, New Growth Industry, again, what is it? Special Joint Security Operation, $1 million. What is that? It's not from grant funding. See, UNDP grant, seeker, but for that one, it's not a grant funding. So is there an increase in projected revenues that's showing that there will be additional surplus, especially to fund renovation of the building, Vital Statistics, Legal Aid, and Family Court, $1.9 million. Where is the money going to come from if we're not showing that there was increase in revenue that will yield us some additional surplus? Just thought, Madam President, that those points should be highlighted. Thank you.
Senator? I recognize Senator Bevin Kal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support this supplementary appropriation bill. And Senator Parafit used to be the Minister of Defense in the time of the UDP, Madam President. National security. That's why I mess up bad. Madam President, just a week ago, and if you allow me, Madam President, I will read some stuff from my phone when it comes to the allocation for the $304,000. And I will quote Major Hosea Rawling, acting senior defense official at the U.S. Embassy. And he stated, Madam President, the joint force of over 140 BDF and Belize Coast Guard members joined us at the Readiness Training Center at Fort Polk, Louisiana. It's the largest ever, you can't do that, the largest ever support force that Belize has ever provided. While it has been an ongoing, over 30 years relationship with the state partners, this one is just an example of the growing relationship that Louisiana International Guard and Belize has with one another. And I will continue. Again, I quote from Anthony Velasquez, Chief of Staff for the BDF. Every day the BDF, right now every day the BDF trains to defend the nation of Belize, and we do a patrolling in the jungles of Belize and the borders, and that sort of training develops soldier skills and enhances the soldier skills that they already have. So, Madam President, I read all of this to justify the spending that and the money that is needed for the support of these Belizean soldiers and Coast Guard who went out for these trainings, Madam President. And again, training is really important to enhance more knowledge and experience so that it can be executed in the defense of our beautiful jewel, Madam President. So, Senator Parafit, again, as he always do, is not supporting trainings for our Belize Coast Guard and soldiers, Madam President. Then we go to, again, the office of the Prime Minister. He did not read the Guinea Grass Rudimentary Water System Rehabilitation for $1.3 million. Madam President, across the country right now we're experiencing drought, and a lot of people are having issues when it comes to basic potable water, Madam President, and a lot of these abandoned water system that was left by the UDP we have to fix. Our Belizean people are really, are the ones who are feeling it. Senator Perfit, Senator Beverly Williams, and Antonio Herrera don't have these issues, Madam President, but the Belizean people, our Belizean people have these issues, and we need to fix them. And it's obvious, again, they're not supporting this budget, this supplementary, simply telling the people of Guinea Grass that they don't really care about them, Madam President. But we care, and we must address it, and we will address it urgently, Madam President. And again, my good friend, Senator Antonio Herrera, I'm hoping will get up to support this. He is a cane farmer himself, and I'm hoping that he will get up and support this $1 million, at least support the $1 million for the fertilizers for the cane farmers, Madam President. So I'm hoping that he would come up and represent the people of the North, because he's so passionate about representing the people of the North, Madam President. Let's see if he will prove that today by supporting this $1 million for our farmers. If not, then you're showing the farmers, sir, that you don't care about them. Land acquisition, Madam President, as every day the government is being sued, Madam President, for land acquisition, again, that was done by the UDP, and there's no way on earth that we know what these judgments will be, Madam President. Hold it down, man. I never say nothing when you made the talk. Hold it down. Yeah. You better off than your leader. Relax, chill your brains. Madam President, Madam President, again, there's no way we could know what the judgment will be for land acquisition, Madam President. So this will be an ongoing issue, because we're not aware of how much more or how many more sue we're going to get. So this will be an ongoing issue, Madam President. The Social Protection Project under the Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. Madam President, their leader stood up in the House, go in the media and said, where is the social assistance that is needed, Madam President? Again, we're here to support this initiative because we know a lot of, due to inflation, a lot of, our Belizean people are going through some hardship, and, we must support them, Madam President. Again, another $2 million. Again, Senator Perfit is not supporting this supplementary. Again, they're on one side asking for it, Madam President, and then when it's brought here, they're not supporting it. So, yes, support. Your leader asked for it. So, Madam President, these people are confused, Madam President. Urban Development Project, Madam President, $21 million. Again, we have issues, and I will speak just from Punta Gorda, Madam President. For the last 15 years, the road is horrible, horrible, horrible in PG. A lot of the villages, roads that we work in Toledo West are way better than the streets in PG, Madam President, and we must address that. For Punta Gorda, the only town in Toledo, need to be addressed, Madam President, and we fully support this finances to come in, because we need to address these streets in Toledo, Madam President. Again, as a responsible government, as a responsible council, we need to address these issues, because our people are the ones who are facing it. My good friend Senator Perfit don't go to PG often, and so he doesn't know these realities. But you fly, you don't go up on the street, you fly. Again, Madam President, under the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government, there is a dire need of getting a new well rig, Madam President. I'm happy that we have allocation of $1.5 million for that. Again, we're not sure how long this drought is going to happen with climate change on us. Madam President, we need to be ready for the next dry season that's going to come, and we're going to face a lot more issues. There's a lot of new well that needs to be drilled, Madam President, and we're going to address all of those, and we're going to assure people that with a responsible government, a responsible minister like the Honorable Oscar Rikena, we're sure we're going to get the job done, Madam President. Yes, man. Will you deliver? So, Madam President, with all this, so the St. Matthew's School, Madam President, again, we have a location for that. We didn't know that the school would be burnt down, Madam President. And as a responsible government, we need to get back our students in the classroom, and we need to get that going. All right. So, Madam President, again, I'm really surprised that my good friends from the other side are not supporting this supplementary, Madam President. So they're simply telling our Belizean people, and I'm hoping that the people from Guinea Grass are listening right now, that Senator Perry, Senator Beverly Williams, Senator Anthony Herrera are not supporting this budget, and they're simply just telling them, Madam President, you're on your own. But no, as a responsible government, we're here to deliver. We hear your cry. We feel you, and we're going to make it happen for you. Madam President, I support this supplementary.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Good morning, Madam President, once again. It gives me great pleasure to stand here and address this supplementary. This poor planning, poor budgeting, poor forecasting. This, Madam President, was that weeks, couple months ago, we were at $2 billion budget. And we got up this morning or last week and said, listen, we're short here. I mean, first of all, I'd like to correct my colleague, Mr. Kal, because he was saying about the PG village roads. This is urban, not rural, my brother. That is what it's budget. You said villages. This is urban. 7 million for urban development.
I was comparing,
what?
Sir.
You were confused all along. But anyways, we move on. Madam President.
One moment, Senator Herrera. Senator Kal, can you take off your...
Confused. But anyways, Madam President, thank you. Looking at this supplementary, right, and all that my colleagues have addressed, there's nothing much that we can say more than that is poor planning. That we keep running this government, like I said once, a little panade shop, right? Something was missing tomorrow, we send to the store and buy it. This is the way how I see this supplementary. I truly believe, Madam President, that most supposed to be allocated to the Ministry of Health. We kept here in the last meeting about the $90 million loan for a hospital. Nothing has eased out there. This weekend in Corozal, there was a drive for a little girl by the name of Sophie, trying to raise what I think it was $32,000, far short of that. What are we doing? Instead of putting to all other different ministries and areas that need it. I believe personally, and I'm passionate about the health system in this country, I believe that we should budget and supplement more for this industry. And one more I will address is the cane farmers, Rajarat, the cane farmers, right? The cane farmers was given $1 million for fertilizer to one association. One association, my friend. If you would have said $1 million to all the cane farmers, and not only the cane farmers, what about the other farmers? What about the vegetable farmers that these poor people put food on our tables? What about them? They use fertilizers, or we don't know that? Maybe tomorrow they will come and say, all right, we'll give for the rest of farmers because Senator Herrera said that they use fertilizers as well. My good friend, that is what you should say. That this senator care about the farmers, not one association that got $1 million. There's more than one association. I have invited you to Corozal. Let's go there. I'll take you around. There's more than one association, and there's many farmers in Corozal or in Jharkhand, everywhere in this country. So why not give them a little fertilizer too? Madam President, they are well-deserving. They are Belizeans. They are hard-working people. You said it. The sun is hot. It's drought. These people need help. It's hot out there. You think it's joke in the cane fields and in the bush? It's not no joke, man. These guys need help. They would not know that. They would not know that. But I agree that we should give to all the farmers of this country a subsidy when it comes to fertilizer or any help. But having said that, Madam President, I cannot. Why? I say one more time, I cannot support this supplementary bill. Thank you very much, guys.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. Kindly allow me to wish my colleagues a belated Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Madam President, I'm not going to be long because some of the matters that we were going to be to raise have already been raised. So I will simply say that we are concerned as the National Unitarian Congress of Belize in terms of the bringing of this supplementary appropriation here before us so quickly after the budget exercise. And while we understand that there are areas within this document that are indeed important and that are necessary, we believe it's concerning because we are just, as I said, we're just in June. What will happen another month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now? And we will end up by the end of the fiscal year where we will end up. And we keep saying from our end that while we, as public officers and teachers, sacrifice for the benefit of this entire country to get us out of a hole, we are slowly inching our way back into that hole. And I know that I am going to be told that's not so. But when we look, Madam President, at the constant increasing, and we're looking at again, as we see loans and so forth coming in, then we have to believe that we will end up to that point again. So while things are necessary here, and we don't want for our comments to be misconstrued, that because you don't support, it's because you don't support the people, you don't. It's the manner in which things are being done, it's the way we are doing these things, Madam President. And so we once more, as we normally do, will caution that when we are preparing our budgets, that the time is taken to properly go through what each ministry will need, and to also look at, what might come, so that when we prepare these budgets, they are closer to what it should be, instead of having to come here so early and having us to look at an amount of this magnitude. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's the nature of our legal structure, the existence of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, that we will always be coming to the House. By law, we are required by law to always come to the House for any authorization so far as expenditures are concerned. When we look at debt, I think, I hope there's not a misunderstanding, but when we look at debt, any debt, I think it's above 10 million, we have to come to the House. We have to come to the Senate. I think the last time we were in the Senate, we also sought an approval for a loan by the DFC from Social Security. Once again, that's now in the DFC, I think it's in the DFC Act. It's not the government that's borrowing that money, but it's required by law that we come for loan motions. So I don't think that there can or should be any fear about any request for loan approvals any request for loans. It is what the loans are to be used for, and to make sure that we are investing those loans properly. Of course, we do not want to get out of hand, like the last administration, where the debt to GDP was, by all accounts, unsustainable, where the debt to GDP was over 133%. With this new administration, we have a debt management team, and it was through the efforts of that debt management team that we have brought our debt levels to a sustainable position. In fact, unprecedented, not only in Belize, but in the world, in the entire world. We have brought that debt to GDP from 133% to the last report I have is 64%. In just over 2 years, we have cut that in more than half. So I really do take issue with any concerns over debt management, because nobody in the world can speak to what we have done. That's why we are getting the praises from all over the world for the efforts that we have undertaken and the achievements that we have made in just the short time of a little over 2 years. I always remember, and I'm not sure if the comments have been raised recently, but I always remember Crazy Glue, the former minister Hubert Elrington, when he spoke about landing the Belize ship on the reef. That's what that past administration would do. And in fact, so said, so done. That's what it did. This government has done the opposite of that. This government has restored the public finances, restored the debt position, restored the economic engine for this country. In just over 2 years, we have grown more than 27%. Again, unprecedented. The unemployment rate has come down from as high as 30% under the past administration to under 5% now. I look forward to the results of the next labor force survey, because I am certain that the unemployment rate has gone down even further. What that means that people have jobs. More than at any time in the history of this country, people have jobs. Employers across the board, whether you talk about tourism, whether you talk about the BPO sector, whether you talk about agriculture, across the board, employers are complaining because they have to pay the employees more. Why do they have to pay the employees more? Because the employees now have choices. I don't have to take the wage that you're offering me, because that one over there is offering me more. So not only are there jobs out there for people who want to work, but the wages, the salaries are higher now than they have ever been. So please don't talk to me about managing the fiscal finances and managing the economy. You should look at yourself. What I said, now watch me, watch yourself. You destroyed the economy, and we have brought it back, roaring back. Now when we look at this supplementary, does reflect what the leader of government business spoke to. There seems to be an approach, and a legacy approach that occurred even under the past administration of not fully attending to unexpended funds, not providing properly for the revote of those funds in the budget, and I agree, those are concerns of management. The heads of department, the FOs, need to work more diligently in putting together their budgets. But ultimately, we are responsible. At the Ministry of Finance, we will take responsibility for that misgiving on the part of heads of department of the various ministries. And that will mean that we will have to do internal audits of those departments to ensure that they do not make those mistakes going forward. But that is their responsibility, and they need to be accountable for those responsibilities. Now, as we look at the specifics that have been raised, the Senator Perfit raised within the Ministry of Defense the issues on the recurrent expenditures, 305,000 and 484,000. Senator Kal spoke to the 305,000. That specifically is to cover travel expenses and medical insurance for 154 soldiers and Coast Guards undertaking the Joint Readiness Training Exercise with the Louisiana National Guard for the month of May and June. The 484,000 is for annual volunteer battle camp and cadet camp. On the judiciary, I think, like no prior government, this administration has focused on, with the efforts, the concerted efforts, the commitment by the Attorney General's Ministry to ensure that the judiciary is, and the requirements needed to bring the judiciary to a level of competence that we deserve. This administration has invested in the judiciary. The budget, approved budget, as you can verify, has increased substantially, more than probably any other department of government, between 20 and 30% in just this current fiscal year versus the last fiscal year. And to the extent that we had judges that were supported through, I think, the Commonwealth Secretariat, those judges and the term of office of those judges are now expiring, and the judiciary has requested the hiring of additional senior court judges. So that is what the 500,000 is for. I have to apologize to the social partners and the opposition senators. I didn't have the opportunity to explain the particulars of this supplementary as we have typically done, simply because the timeline was so short. But as best as possible, I provided explanations in the line items so that it could be discerned what the purpose of the expenditures are for. With respect to urban improvement and urban development, those relate in part to Taiwan. Taiwan has been a great friend of Belize. We're thankful for the President's visit, I believe last month, or is it in April, sorry, but also for their continuing commitment to the development of Belize, a true bilateral partner for our country. As you will see through throughout the supplementary, a number of the projects that are indicated in the supplementary are funded by Taiwanese grants. The National Healthy Start Feeding Program, the Wi-Fi Internet for Schools, the Guinea Grass Water Project, even the well rig for PG, for water wells. All those are funded by the Taiwanese grants, over 7 million in grants. In total, in this budget, there are over 10 million in grants that the government has been able to secure. But apart from that, you may recall from last year, pursuant to our cooperation, bilateral cooperation agreement, Taiwan had agreed to grant a loan to the government of Belize for $75 million US. That $75 million US was for budget support. As has been the practice under the past UDP administration, over $200 million US, $400 million in budget support has been procured from Taiwan. And what the past administration has used it for? Budget support. That's recurrent expenditures. You've been borrowing to pay salaries, borrowing for goods and services items. Not for projects, not for investments, but for operating expenses. We were able to secure that $75 million for budget support in the contemplation that we potentially would have challenges because of the disastrous state the past administration had left the public finances in. But thankfully, that was not necessary. We did not need to use a penny of that money for budget support. But the funds, a portion of those funds, had been dispersed. The disbursement of those funds meant that we have to pay interest on those funds, concessionary as it may be. But rather than have those funds sit idle where we are paying interest, we felt that it would be all the more sensible to invest those funds, to invest in our people, to invest in urban improvements, in urban development. And that is what those funds are for. Investment in our urban communities. The National Bank of Belize. The supplementary provides for $5 million capitalization of the National Bank of Belize. I would like to highlight that because I think it needs clarification. The history of National Bank. The history of National Bank was that it was established under the past UDP administration. But the business model made no sense whatsoever. And that, in large part, is why it had lost for consecutive years, for many years. There was over 35 million of Petro-Carib monies put into the National Bank. But it was how it was run. Under this Briceño administration, there is an understanding of how you run a bank. A bank is about integrity. A bank is about trust. A bank is about the people who run the bank. If you have people that have integrity, that are professional, then you will have depositors come to the bank, depositors being willing to place money with the bank. And it is those deposits that are placed with the bank that enable a bank to generate revenues, to generate interest income. And it is that makes a bank ultimately profitable. So the board that has been selected, that board is what brings a lot of value to a bank and to this national bank. And it is that board, with its with his integrity and his knowledge, his experience, his competency, that is turning that bank around. So I just want to highlight a couple statistics. Through this board's efforts, the lending book, which was stagnant at around 47 million up to 2020, after roughly 7 years in operation, has since grown to more than $81 million, an impressive 72% growth in just 2 years. Deposits have more than doubled from 43 million in 2020 after 7 years to more than 94 million in just 2 years, an 118% increase. No doubt the bank is in a far better place now than where it was before under the past administration. And we look forward to the days of imminent profitability for this institution, where it can contribute in a material way, not only to public officers, but to the public at large. So the cabinet, after presentation and an indication of the revised business model of National Bank, was pleased to support the capitalization, the further capitalization of National Bank with $5 million. And that's what's here in this supplementary. I think issues were raised on the matter of social protection. And just the same in terms of works being done in infrastructure, works being done in improvements to our urban communities. This Brisena administration gives the utmost priority to those that are most vulnerable. So, as the finances of the government are prudently and responsibly managed, and as finances are evidently available to support the people of this country, so it is that funds are to be, and in fact are, earmarked for social protection, social assistance to those that are most vulnerable. And that reflects that $2 million that is on a supplementary basis being committed for those that are most vulnerable. On the matter of RRB, which is Rural Resilient Belize, what is proposed is an additional $2 million. And I again would like to highlight that $2 million. That $2 million is counterpart government funding within the Rural Resilient Belize project. That is a project that is in total $40 million. Government's responsibility is $6.36 million out of that $40 million. But the bulk of that, or a substantial part of that, is a grant, a GFC grant, a Green Climate Fund grant of $12 million. The past administration let that arrangement lapse. We practically lost that concessionary loan with substantial concessionary grants. In coming into office, we had to battle to get that loan back, to get that grant back. We had to meet with the relevant parties. It was so far away from project implementation that it was determined to be virtually abandoned. And so we had to commit to implement as quickly as possible. So this reflects the ramped up implementation efforts so far as the Rural Resilient Belize program is concerned. This is to support the rural communities in various ways, various mechanisms, including not only roads, but supporting farmers as well. So this is what this 2 million is about, a government counterpart funding in connection with that rescued arrangement, that concessionary resources. On the matter of the comments raised by Senator Tony Herrera on the Ministry of Health, I think there are provisions of roughly 800,000, or a little, or more than 800,000, over $1 million for the Ministry of Health in this supplementary. But the complaint was raised as to supporting the Ministry of Health even more. And I would urge the Senator to revisit the budget, the approved budget, to look at the budget for the Ministry of Health and look at NHI in particular. That budget, the NHI budget, has increased from less than $17 million to almost $30 million now. That's more, but way more than 50% increase. And that has created outreach to roughly 270,000 citizens of this country. Corozal, Orange Rock, now the most recent beneficiaries of this program. This government has focused in on hospitals, yes. The grant from Taiwan of roughly $33 million for the San Pedro Hospital, and now from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, $90 million for a hospital in Belmopan. But even more than that, far more than that, is the effort when we look at the lottery, the Belize lottery. Now that Belize lottery, I think the government was securing $2.5 million a year in annual license fees. It's very curious to appreciate the performance of Brad's, of that gaming company. It's at its peak under the UDP administration. It was generating, I think, $25 million in sales in 2018 or 2019. $25 million in sales. Somehow it's not profitable. It generates the $2.5 million for license fees, but not really profitable. Then we have 2020, and then I think a court case arises, and all of a sudden, this Brad's gaming company starts generating a whole lot of revenues. I think 30 million in 2021 or something a little bit more than that, and over $50 million in 2022. Over $50 million from 25 million at its peak under the UDP administration. Suddenly, this is generate. Everybody's gambling now. Everybody's buying Bolida. All of a sudden, double the amount from before. This administration, in looking at health, in supporting health, will allocate all the profits towards NHI, towards health. I don't see how any complaint could be raised that this government is not doing enough for the Ministry of Health. I'd like to end in terms of reiterating the concerns, or the, I guess you would put the intent on the Ministry of Finance as far as the departments appreciating the budget, how it is devised, budget calls being set for the ministries, the various ministries, and to say that any department is in a position where the finance should only take what is presented to them. Obviously, every department would put together its wish list. The budget wouldn't be $1.5 billion. The budget would be $2.5 billion. So it's important that there is a process. There's a process, and that the wish list isn't granted, but as best as possible, we look at what we can afford and understand the revenues that come in, that are likely to come in, and budget according to what that expectation is, not what the wish list is. So I just want to end with that. Madam President, I fully support this bill.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good morning. With your leave, Madam President, I will also echo the belated Father's Day greetings to my colleagues here. I cannot overstate that fatherlessness is compounding and contributing to so many of our issues as a nation. So I think it is very important to give kudos to men who are stepping up and being positive presence in the lives of our children. And if you'll allow me, I also want to wish the class of 2023 kudos as well. We have graduation season in full effect, and I think it's important, as one school puts it, to recognize always that while they're learners today, they are leaders tomorrow, and this is the work that we are doing for them on their behalf. I just really want to support two things. Minister Koyi has just called that out, the importance of the conversation that certainly the social partners have taken up in terms of going through the line items that are presented in these budgets, and to support his call to the financial persons who are responsible for putting together the budgets that they submit to the Ministry of Finance. We certainly echo and underscore the importance of the public accounting, the financial reporting, the auditing, because all of this is the technical infrastructure that supports the budget, that supports ultimately the outcome of good governance, because we have to know what we're dealing with. We've called out before issues with reconciliation and other matters that have, again, compounded issues. And lastly, we want to certainly support any exercise, any review that will see all these other ministries who may also be failing to recognize that they have liabilities, so that we can have that full picture as soon as possible. And certainly, I think it deserves recognition that the Ministry of Finance is owning this point and recognizing it, so that even though it's June, that we can be there a lot closer, a lot clearer in terms of what the actual financing is. Because to tack on to the call for the internal audit, I think at some point we really want to get to the value for money audit. But we can't do that if we're not doing the compliance audit and we're not doing the financial audit based on the actual numbers. So just to really call out the importance of recognizing that, of the spade being the spade, and recognizing what we need to do in the future to do better with that. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I'm not going to, I think Senator Koyi has done a remarkable job going through some of the various line items that Senator Perfit was raising without knowledge. Let me focus primarily on the urban project, because this somehow, Madam President, requires that our Belizeans across the length and breadth of this country understand where we came from and where we are. The Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure, when we took over government, we had some major issues with our rural roads. As a matter of fact, I pity our brethren down in Toledo and some of our brethren up in the north. But also some folks out west, for example, the road between Bully Tree and Santa Familia, Billy White, the road from Buena Vista to La Gracia, and I can go on and on and on and on. Yes, I will list them off so that we understand that for 13 long years, the rural were heavily neglected. Mercy, I remember driving from Mafredai to try to get to the creek in Blue Creek, to the cave in Blue Creek, and it was like, what? Is this a road? So, a lot. And if you notice, Madam President, budget after budget, and I was doing some quick research, and well over 60 million have been put into rural roads by this PUP administration. Now, in last election, 2021? Yeah, 2021. There was a 67 out of 69 blowout at the municipal level. Because, again, the people understand that those on the other side are a virtual waste of time. So, the municipalities from Benque to San Pedro, from Punta Gorda to Corozal, with the exception of our lead mayor and councillor at San Ignacio. Lee. But when these councils took over, Madam President, it was a total embarrassment. San Pedro, just in social security, that council found and inherited a bill of over $100,000. Dreaman, Punta Gorda, the last time Senator Mackenzie, who was pro temp at that time, was standing up. He was the mayor then. When he left and remitted office, he owed monies to his own councillor that this PUP council had to pay. And we want to provide the goods and service to the people, Madam President. These councils went in there and with proper fiscal prudence and management, just like we've done in central government, they have cleared basically all these bills. But apart from that, recently in Benque, they secured equipment supported by the Ministry of Local Government. And I see the Minister of State here. Thanks for the support, Minister. Benque, new equipment. Belize City, new equipment. Corozal, new equipment. Dangriga, new equipment. Madam President, and Punta Gorda. Yes, Punta Gorda got a nice new grader. And I was in PG last week, and the streets are much improved. Much improved. So I have to commend the kind of management that we have seen from our PUP-led town councils across the length and breadth of this country. Now, Madam President, again, responsible government led by our Prime Minister have designated, we spent quite a bit on the rural, quite a bit, to try to get those roads up to par. And now, It's time for our municipal bodies. And not that they have not been doing work. There has been major upgrades of streets in Belize City, in Dangriga, in Orange Walk, in Corozal, in San Pedro, and I can go on and on. Yes, sir, unless you're blind. Unless you're worse than... I've been to Corozal recently. Nice paved, if you go along the seashore. Tell me no. Yeah. And if you go into Belize City, streets are being cemented. Getting there. Getting the UDP project. The PUP money. All right? Now,
Senators,
let me continue, Madam President.
Senator Montejo, can we keep the conversation and the debate focused on the bill?
Yes, Madam President, I appreciate it. Dangriga again. I had to commend the Mayor Mariano in Dangriga, and I said to him, I remember the last time I drove in here, those streets were a pothole, a mess. Now they are paved. That is the PUP way. It's about progress. And I spoke to the Minister of Infrastructure a couple of days ago, and he said to me, 21 million, brother, a pittance. Because if you're divided by 9, only 2.3 million each, and that maybe 1, 2, 3 street, but in the UDP days, 8 million, one street. One. So that 21 million, maybe do 3 street. Maybe. And this is progress. This is what the Belizean people voted for in 2020. This is what they voted for in 2021. This is what they voted for in 2022. This is what they will vote for in 24 and again in 25. Madam President, I have to support this bill. Thank you.
Madam President, in closing the debate, I will be brief. I will be nice. This government made a pledge that we would respect the Finance and Audit Reform Act as amended. As Senator Chanona pointed out, we are obliged to bring these matters to the Senate. And we are prepared to listen to the criticisms of the senators on the other side, who will complain on each occasion when we are transparent and accountable, because those principles are strange to them. It is that party that the Supreme Court said spent over $1.3 billion without the approval of the National Assembly. So they do not understand what we're doing right now, Madam President. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the next 6 bills are designed to facilitate compliance with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force. And so, with your leave, I would like to take them together.
You may.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act No. 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2020 to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 138-2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to the laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Madam President, the Misuse of Drugs Act in the main seeks to increase the penalties for certain activities. With respect to the limited liability company, it seeks to amend the law to have a level playing field between national and international, and to remove those restrictions and the exemptions that were included in it. Insofar as the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill is concerned, the Honorable Senate will know that this bill has been something that has been long in the offing, and it is going to introduce a new regime whereby persons who are covered by the bill and who are unable to explain their wealth, it will provide for the civil recovery of their assets rather than just criminal prosecution. The Insurance Bill, Madam President and Senators, modernizes the existing Insurance Act to bring it into compliance with what the International Association of Insurance Supervisors call their core principles, and also to meet the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force. The same applies, Madam President, to the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill, which is to enhance the powers of the FIU to seek information when necessary, to make those reports, to cooperate with international and local agencies as it strengthens its regime. And the Companies Bill, Madam President, is again to comply with the Financial Action Task Force. We again apologize to the Senate, but we are under a time crunch, and so we have brought these bills together, and we would like the support of the Senate in meeting our international obligations. Thank Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, of these 6 bills, I'll be, with your leave, presenting on 2 of them, which is the Financial Intelligence Unit Bill and the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. Madam President, I understand the responsibilities we have internationally to make sure we comply and be on par with the rest of the world when it comes to being transparent in our financial dealings. But Madam President, I have to repeat, just as I did the last time, that the public needs to understand and appreciate that we may be in compliance with the international world in terms of finances and investigation, intelligence. But Madam President, the public needs to also know that what we are trading for that is privacy. And privacy doesn't necessarily mean you're hiding anything. Privacy doesn't necessarily mean you're committing any criminal acts. But certain matters are just that, private. If you're running a private company and you're in the banking system and you have shareholders and whatever, that's private business, that's not public business. And what really concerns me about this Financial Intelligence Unit Act is that when you look at section, well, number 2, which is an amendment to section 7.1, and look at 7.1c, it's by deleting paragraph E and replacing it with something else. Now, the previous paragraph E used to read like this, Madam President, that the FIU basically could share information and cooperate with foreign financial intelligence units in the fight against financial crimes. So there was a purpose before. If we believe that a criminal act has taken place or about to take place, then we share that information to prevent these crimes or prosecute these crimes. But the new section reads like this, that the FIU may, on its own motion or upon request, disseminate spontaneously financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities and affiliates within the intelligence community. There doesn't even need to be a crime. There doesn't even need to be suspicion that there is a crime. The Belizean people need to know that their financial information can be spontaneously shared by the FIU with local and foreign authorities for basically no reason at all. And I just think that we need to be cognizant of that, Madam President. We need to be aware of that, and we need to make sure that people don't abuse people's private information and just share it for sharing its sake. That leads me, Madam President, into the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. And I am of the belief, Madam President, that, well, while I am a very private person, that if you don't have none for hide, then you shouldn't have to worry, right? But still, private information is private information. The Civil Asset Recovery Bill now takes us into a new era. And if the central authority, which is the Financial Intelligence Unit, believes that you have a level of wealth that you can't explain, then the authority can come and recover that wealth. They can freeze your accounts. They can put it into a fund, get a receiver, and all of that. If you have a certain amount of money, and you're driving and you have 10 cars and 3 houses and Man, if FIU can come for you now and take it away if it can prove that you got those as a result of committing crimes, or you just can't explain it. How you, one grade 1 public servant, have 2-3 apartments where you rent. Each costs $1 million. So you explain that. How you defend that. Where did you get that money from? That's a very good thing, Madam President, to be able to investigate people who have unexplained wealth or people who have items that clearly came from the proceeds of crime. I like the fact that the bill covers the concept of compensation. That if the authority were to come after me and it turns out that they have inconvenienced me for nothing, I can apply to the court for compensation, provided I can prove that the authority acted in bad faith. But, Madam President, there is something in the bill that I don't understand why the government is doing that. And we are quarreling now. The government, Madam President, says, or they're putting in this bill, in the miscellaneous section of the bill, that you can only recover what they call dirty property, for lack of a better way to put it, or you can only go after people for unexplained wealth within the last 12 years. Why stop there? Why only the last 12 years? Or you can apply to the court for the court to extend the time back to 20 years. Right? Did I read it correctly? I was present when I was reading the document. It's that section 57, man. 57, Carl, turn to 57. Proceedings shall be brought for a recovery order or an unexplained order in respect of any recoverable property after the expiration of 12 years from the case when you bring it. So it's like a 12-year thing. Which puts us to where, Madam President? If my math's correct, 2011? So you only go back to 2011? No. What I'm saying is that if you really want to be transparent and you want to cover everybody, have no limitation. Let's go all the way back. Because there are people from some governments, who still live off of their money, And people need to have the ability to go after those people. And let's be full and frank, Madam President. We're talking about politicians. We talk about politicians and ministers of government and high-level public service employees. Let's be full and frank. And you have some people, former ministers, Madam President, they own sections of our city, They need to explain that. So don't come back to just 2011. Say, you know what, there shall be no limitation on the time. For when Philip goes now in PUP. Way back then. Huh? Why stop at 2011? And Madam President, and heaven forbid, Madam President, that this government were to win again, which puts you to 2030, because they're not going to go back to any of the PUP years. So if you go to 2030, right? 12 years after that, before that was 2018, which means that 1998 to 2008 PUP period, the people can't recover nothing from that. And remember, not me say it, the current Prime Minister said when he was leader of the opposition to his people, bring back the millions. Bring back the millions. If you pass this with only that 12-year limitation, you will not be able to recover any of those millions, nor any of the things that those millions bought. So don't limit it to just a short period of time. You want to go back? Let's go way back. Let's cover that maladministration of 1998 to 2008. Because you have, as we say in the streets, Madam President, people were still eat off of the government there. Why aren't we passing the law to make sure that we cover that era? Because remember, this is the era, Madam President, where the Bear Stearns people said 150 million plus was just missing from the government coffers. It's just missing. Not that the money may badly spent or the money will, no, it's just gone. Pass the law, make the adjustment to cover that period. No limitation. And then we start a talk. Madam President, there's another piece though that I don't think is consistent with the law as it currently stands. I'll use Senator Collins as an example, Madam President. Since he like call my name, I want to call for him. And since you have the biggest and prettiest house that's San Pedro, Colombia. Madam President, the police go, or the FIU applies to the court to recover his house because they say it's the result of a proceeds of crime, for example. What I don't like about this piece of legislation, Madam President, is this. It talks about the recovery of property through Section 8, Section 8, sir, Section 8. The very beginning. Right paper, you tell us stop reading. Very beginning. Section 8. This part has effect for the purposes of enabling the Civil Recovery Authority to recover in civil proceedings before the court property which is or represents property obtained through unlawful conduct, or property that has been used in or in connection with unlawful conduct. If you go down to Section 9, Section 9 defines unlawful conduct as conduct which, if it occurs in Belize, is unlawful under the criminal law of Belize. Now, let me look at one thing first. Look at subsection 2 of Section 8. The powers conferred by this part are exercisable in relation to any property, including cash, whether or not any proceedings have been brought for an offense in connection with the property. Now, Madam President, this is where I have an issue. You go to bring or to recover a person's home because you believe it is the proceeds of drug trafficking. But this law is saying that the FIU doesn't even have to bring a charge of drug trafficking. They could just say that they believe that you're into drug trafficking. When the normal situation with under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, the PUP may try to throw Barry Besmertney individual on me, Madam President, and I did represent the individual. The law was clear, you know. If you freeze somebody money, you must bring a charge against them within 30 days, you know. Or you have to unfreeze the person's money. In other words then, if you are taking a person's property or freezing a person's property under the concept that that property is as a result of criminal offenses, then you are required to bring that criminal offense and prove that criminal offense. That was the law. And that if you froze a person's money or took a person's property, it had a time limit that you have to apply to extend that time. This doesn't seem to give anybody the opportunity to do that. You don't need to say or prove at all or bring a case even for drug trafficking, but yet apply to the court to recover a person's home because it is the proceeds of drug trafficking. That's overreaching. That's madness, Madam President, and that's unfair. I don't care what international commitments we have, we cannot pass a law that infringes on fundamental rights of the citizens of Belize. You cannot go to recover a person's property on the premise that that property is as a result of criminal proceeds without bringing a case to the court to establish that you have committed a crime. That's not correct. And then the second problem I have with it, Madam President, is this. To me, this is a worse problem. You apply to the court, the FIU applies to the court to take Carl's house because it is the proceeds of crime. They don't have to prove you, Carl, that you commit no crime. They don't even have to bring a criminal case against you. So who you want to say this asset is as a result of crime and criminal profits bought this house, but you don't have to bring a charge against me for the crime? That's ridiculous. Can't stand. No way. Then you go before the judge and look at section 9.2. The court shall decide on a balance of probabilities whether it is proved that any matters alleged to constitute unlawful conduct have occurred. Listen to me. I was very much present that day, leader of government business. In a civil matter, me sue you, you sue me. The judge sits down and listens to both sides, and while there may not be a lot of evidence, the judge can say, on a balance of probabilities, it look like that you for pay, which is called the civil standard. Right? When you are charged for a crime, the judge cannot say, or the jury cannot say, we don't have no lot of evidence that they're guilty, but he look guilty, so we are. No, you cannot do that in a criminal trial. The jury or the judge can only convict if they feel sure that you're guilty, which is called the criminal standard. So now, here the scenario now. Back to you, Carl. Pay attention. The court says that we are to look at whether or not a particular home is as a result of the proceeds of crime, or whether or not a criminal offense occurred that led to money that bought that house. The judge will determine whether or not a criminal offense has occurred, which requires you to be sure, but the judge will determine whether or not it was proved on a balance of probabilities. How can you, on a balance of probabilities, determine that a crime has been proven when to prove a crime you need beyond a reasonable doubt? Hey man, what? It did not fly. It doesn't fly. Because that requires you to be beyond the reasonable doubt. And this piece of legislation is saying that all is required now to prove an offense essentially is balance of probabilities. Because if on a balance of probabilities, I determine that you have committed a crime, that allows me then to recover your property. And that, to me, is unacceptable, Madam President. So, for me, remove that section or make it consistent with criminal law. Make it very clear that if you're going to take somebody's property as a result of criminal activity, make sure you can prove that criminal activity, because it leads to arbitrarily taking people's property. Make that consistent, please. You take that out, you push back that 12 years to independence, and then let the chips fall where they may. And make who for go to jail, go to jail. Madam President, let's be real. Let's do a real civil asset recovery bill. But make sure that when you go after people, that they are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt and not on a balance of probabilities. That's my submission, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I listened very keenly to the presentation by Senator Perry-Feet just now with respect to the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. Madam President, I'm very much supportive of what this bill is trying to achieve with respect to trying to recover government assets that left our government coffers unlawfully, and so we don't have any issue with that concept. But going over the bill, Madam President, I struggled with certain things. I really struggled with the concept of whether or not we were dealing with a criminal matter or a civil matter, and then what preceded these actions. So from my review of the bill, it almost seems like it's a standalone bill, meaning that there's nothing really that triggers this. Now, if an unlawful conduct has taken place, who determines that? I would have expected, and when I looked at 9.2, I was wondering if that was what they were making reference to, that there would have been a previous criminal proceedings that would have determined that it was an unlawful act. But it doesn't seem like it, and so I agree with Senator Perry-Feet that it seems like it's a standalone bill where that seems to violate three very important principles in law. One is that we're innocent until proven guilty. That there must be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that the burden of proof rests with the accuser. It seems, the way this bill is written, it's almost as if though I would have to prove my innocence, even though I'm accused of something. And so, like I said, I think that we're very supportive of what the bill is seeking to achieve, but it's just how it goes about doing that. And I wouldn't want to violate some of the fundamental rights and freedoms that are granted under the Constitution. And so I think that this aspect of it really has to be looked at very, very closely. I have no idea who determines the unlawful act. That was a huge one for me going over the bill, Madam President. I know that Section 55 deals with compensation, like what Senator Perry featured, and that is certainly welcome because I think that abuse can take place, especially when you have enforcers who may not be doing the degree and level of work that is required to make sure that they're not trampling on anybody's rights. So that if you're not treated fairly, then you can move to compensation. So I think that's certainly a welcome one. But then Section 93, and I have no idea why this is in there. Let me see if I get to here. And if I may read it just briefly, Madam President, Section 63 says, no liability shall be incurred by and no suit, legal proceedings, or other action, administrative or otherwise, shall be commenced, brought, or instituted against any officer, employee, director, or the minister, or any agent, any officer, employee, director, or minister, or any person acting under the direction of the director or the minister, for any act done or omitted to be done in good faith, in the performance or in the intended performance of any function or duty, in exercise or intended exercise of any power under the act, regulations made hereunder. Again, this seems to give immunity to all the enforcers, to all the people who are supposed to, acting enforcers, I'm sorry. Sorry? Yes. But again, even in acting in good faith, even acting in good faith, I think there are times when things may go wrong, Madam President, and if things go wrong, especially if there's a neglect to do the type of work and carry out the duties in a way that they're supposed to be carried out, I don't think that immunity should be something that's automatic. I know of a case with respect to the insurance some time ago, Clico Insurance, when it went down, and there were all types of questions with respect to how the what's the person's name? The supervisor of insurance was carrying out her work or his work during that time. And that led to tremendous losses by a lot of investors in Belize. And I think that case went through the courts and many of these things were ventilated. But I'm saying that there are times when persons who are supposed to carry out certain functions may not carry out those functions in the way or the manner and to the degree that they should. And so I believe that everyone should have some degree of accountability. And so I don't believe that immunity should be something that is granted automatically like that, Madam President. This is a very serious piece of legislation. And like I said, is that the objectives, I think, are good, but there can also be abuse in terms of its carried out, whether intended or unintended. And that's a part of it that worries me, Madam President. The next item I wanted to address was on the insurance bill, Madam President. I had the opportunity briefly to speak to Senator Koi a little earlier, and I had expressed that I wasn't entirely sure the level, well, if there was even consultations on the insurance bill and the degree the degree of those consultations. And so it was my intention to ask for a delay in this bill so that we could have, I could have at least gotten some feedback from those in the insurance on the bill. And that was simply because I just got the bill on Friday evening. Actually, Saturday morning, when I got the package, Madam President, it would have been very difficult for me on a weekend to reach those persons required. But he assured me that there were some consultations. And while I know that there are strict timelines with respect to the Financial Action Task Force requirements that we have to pass these, my request to the leader of government business as well as to Senator Koi that even though we're passing it today, that perhaps we could leave the lines of communication open and extend an opportunity to those in the insurance sector that if there is anything really glaring that's affecting those in that industry, that perhaps they'll have the opportunity to bring those to our attention, and then we could possibly look at it in the near future or sometime in the future. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to speak on the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. Just a few comments, Madam President. One of the first concern, and I'm hoping that we can get some maybe explanations or responses. We note that the administration of this is going to be via the FIU. And so the concern is whether we have made provisions for additional personnel support for the FIU, simply for the fact that they also have other functions that fall under them, like the money laundering and the other act that falls under them, their own FIU act. So we don't want that we have something in place, but it can't be enforced because we don't have sufficient personnel to be able to carry out the functions of what this act requires. The NTUCB has been one of the bodies that has been pushing for this bill, because we believe that it is important that we seriously address these matters. Having said that, Madam President, looking at the 12 years is a concern as well, because if we are going to seriously look at recovering, what has been lost, and persons who have wealth that they can't explain, which we may believe comes from behavior that is not legal, then we think that we should address for as long as it's possible. And so we're of the view that the 12 years may be, we need to go a bit further. In addition to that, I didn't see any provisions in the bill for any reporting mechanisms. So how will reporting be happening? How will we determine whether the persons who are responsible for carrying out would have completed their task, are doing sufficient? So it's not just a matter of sending a report to the National Assembly and say, this is a report for the year, we've done so much work for the year, but it's also about, properly monitoring and evaluating what it is that they are doing. So I think that's an important area that sometimes we may miss. It may be captured somewhere that we may have missed. So if that is so, then I ask that be shared, and I stand to be corrected in that area. So we have to look at, reviewing the performance of these persons who are tasked with carrying out the work of this act. We also have concern too, Madam President, regarding the matter of burden of proof. Because it would seem that you are expected, you, the person who is being accused, you are expected to prove that you're innocent. And while I don't have the legal jargon to be using as my colleague, we were looking at where does the burden of proof begin and where does it end. And so when we look at that, because for example, Madam President, customs, when they are charging you, for example, with having on customs goods, for example, they have to prove that indeed those goods are on custom, and so they have something that they can look at and say, okay, these are things that are not made in Belize, so did you pay for these, did you pay your duties for these, that sort of thing. We don't see where that provision is being made here. And so it comes across as if you, the person, you, the accuser, have to then prove that, listen, what I have is mine, I got it legally, and so you cannot say that this is unexplained wealth, or I have something that, based on my salary, for example, I should not, so I'm a teacher, I should not be able to have 5 houses and 3 cars because my salary as a teacher wouldn't afford that. And I know that there are other provisions that, well, maybe, my husband and I put together, and so we're able to get these things, but for us, it's not giving me the opportunity to be able to be considered innocent until I am proven guilty. And that, as was said before, is a fundamental part of our Constitution, and we feel that we don't want to be looking at something that takes away my constitutional right to be presumed innocent until guilty. So those are the concerns that we have. So administration and how, whether we have provided, made provisions, budgetary provisions for the increase of the human resource and their capacity, their ability to be able to go through and deal with all of these other acts that they have to deal with under the FIU, and then the matter of reporting and the reviewing of the performance of these persons, and then the burden of proof. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we represented the NGOs at the committee meeting on this bill. We had posed questions to the FIU, and to their credit, they have responded last night with information to our questions. And with your leave, I'd like to share some of those responses because I think it would be helpful to this, what we're doing now. So we asked, along the same lines as Senator Smith, if the FIU was adequately resourced, because we see where there's an issue in terms of execution of duties listed in the bill, and as well as with everything else related to all the changes of late connected to the mutual evaluation. And I want to thank Mrs. Linnea Sigeri-Magan for getting this to us. So she writes that resources are always a concern for most organizations, especially those whose activities are primarily resourced by public funds. She goes on to say that the government of Belize has taken positive steps to a firm commitment to support the FIU, increasing the allocation of resources to the unit over the next 3 years, and that they anticipate there will be additional support for human and other resources that are projected as necessary to initially outfit the new authority, the civil authority, because it is critical to carry out the functions of the authority as civil asset recovery investigations, as well as analytical and legal support. So there is that stated commitment there. We also asked to, I think the question posed earlier by Senator Herrera and Senator Smith, in terms of recommending a public reporting mechanism to trigger investigations, because we also could not see in this civil asset recovery and unexplained wealth bill how things would be triggered. She says that while I don't know if the acronym is helpful, but the CARU bill does not provide an express provision for establishing a public reporting mechanism. She points out that under Clause 5 of the bill, the FIU will be the civil recovery authority, And under that clause, the director, on his own initiative, may investigate any suspicious transactions or carry out financial crime. In its capacity as a criminal investigative agency in relation to financial crimes, the FIU receives reports from the public and has initiated investigations on that basis. We highlight that. I think it's important so that the public is aware that if they are seeing, as has been called out earlier, unexplained wealth with their own eyes, that they have a way of reporting that already, as is being called out here, to report that to the FIU so that there can be that information and follow through on record. She says further to this, clause 59(1) of the bill provides additional powers that he may, and there's a series of, there's 4, total wealth of the respondents exceeds value of lawfully obtained wealth, total wealth of the respondent, property owned by the respondent, property obtained through the commission of offense, etc. So that is being called out as events or incidents that can lead to the referral of the case to the Civil Recovery Authority to apply to the court under this. So she concludes on that point saying, essentially, the bill provides that the director of the FIU, in their criminal investigative capacity, should refer investigations that for one reason or another may not have been prosecuted, and where prosecution was not successful, to its civil investigation side. That then raises the question of how do we make sure that that balance, that constitutional right of protecting, to make sure that, we have to operate within the system and the people who operate it, to make sure that that does not lead to any unjust or undue action or witch hunts or anything of that nature, to make sure that if you failed at the criminal end, how do we make sure that it succeeds on the civil end without compromising any constitutional rights? At 3, our third point was the balance of probabilities was a common phrase throughout the Civil Assets Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. Excuse me. I think it's important to call that out. I've been following a series of cases. One is out of Australia with this soldier who is accused of, who was actually suing the media for bringing him down as a war hero. Now he's a murderer, war crimes, and he felt that he had been wrongly characterized by the media. And the judgment there was about balance of probabilities, that even though some of the witnesses in the case were found to be lying, taken as a whole, they deduced that on the balance of the probabilities, they did also find him guilty, or that the media did not err in sharing their stories related to the specific activities, I believe, in Afghanistan. And then, of course, the case out of the United Kingdom with Partygate in terms of, Boris Johnson and his assertions that he did nothing wrong, and everybody else is in error with him. But again, on the balance of probabilities, the investigator there found that he was in the wrong, or he was not to be believed, and his resignation followed. I bring that up not just because they're Commonwealth jurisdictions, but also because I think it goes to show that balance of probabilities to some degree can be, I don't want to say discretionary, but they can be based on experience and context, etc. And I just want to flag that we need to be aware of that. So again, thank you to the FIU, because she does call out that it is this bill is a new approach to recovering the proceeds of crime, because it's seeking to apply civil law procedures and civil standard of proof to recover property obtained through unlawful conduct. In Belize, without civil asset recovery, property obtained through unlawful conduct may only be forfeited or confiscated. In terms of the term itself, on a balance of probabilities, she asserts that it is a well-established common law principle and is applied across a range of civil matters as well as contract and tort. As the meaning and application of the civil standard of proof are well settled in case law, it is not necessary to include a definition in the bill. But I do want to highlight that I think it is important for persons to be aware of that term, especially since it comes up so often here. And she quotes Murphy on Evidence 12, edition page 75. I share that from my legal experts, but I will try to look it up myself. But she asserts as a quote that the legal burden of proof as to any fact in issue in a civil case lies on the party who affirmatively asserts that fact in issue and to whose claim or defense proof of the fact in issue is essential, which, again, I interpret just on the basis of language that if you are accused, it is on you to prove that you didn't do anything wrong and you to prove. Sorry? That's why we're here. And again, I wasn't accepted or applied to law school. That's why I'm asking. And this is what is being shared. I should clarify, so thank you for highlighting. I should clarify, this is being stated from the FIU to us. I am sharing because I want us to ventilate it in terms of what is being said. So I want to repeat what is being quoted from Murphy on Evidence 12, edition page 75, is that the legal burden of proof as to any fact in issue in a civil case lies upon the party who affirmatively asserts that fact in issue and to whose claim or defense proof of the fact in issue is essential. I am saying that burden of proof falls in several points in this bill, and I think it's important that all of us understand. We've heard ministers of government say this bill is real and this bill is serious and everybody needs to get ready. I think it is important to clarify how these things will be determined so that we go into this eyes wide open and know what is coming and how it is going to be applied. Can we agree on that? I continue. The text goes on further to explain, we have already noted, but it remains important to emphasize that the incidence of legal burden of proof will decide the outcome of the case if the tribunal of fact is conscientiously unable to determine or decide on the whole of the evidence which side of the case to prefer. I don't know how these are going to be implemented. This is context that the FIU is providing, and that's why I'm sharing, because while it is excellent that they responded to our questions, it does raise these questions, at least for me personally, and I have no shyness about asking questions until I can understand and be properly informed as to what exactly is happening here. I would rather do that now publicly than suffer consequences privately. At 4, we asked a question also in terms of limitation, because we looked at the time limitation of, well, if other laws are talking about records for tax purposes or legal requirement for keeping records so that the banks can do it, so how the time frame of even 12 years would be impacted by the fact that if after 5 years I can legally discard records, then am I going to be hurt by the fact that I haven't kept records for 10 years and something that is asserted 12 years prior, I don't have the paperwork that would help me prove that I am not benefiting from anything out of the way or illegal. So she shares that Clause 57 provides a limitation of 12 years. The effect of Clauses 57 and 58 applies the provisions of the bill retroactively. The record-keeping obligations, and I'm skipping ahead because it's a lot of quotations. The limitation of 12 years and the ability to apply to extend the time up to 20 years are without prejudice to the limitations of record-keeping obligations. The record-keeping obligations referred to in Clause 5 refer to those in relation to financial institutions and designated non-financial businesses who all have a duty to maintain records. It also applies to the legal record retention requirements of other institutions such as the Belize Tax Services. The effect is that the applicant cannot be expected to, nor is obligated to provide documentation that they do not have or the third party does not have due to being limited by its record-keeping requirements. I'm just sharing this because I think this is important context to this discussion, Madam President, and I think it's important that that not only be sent to us directly because we went to the committee meeting and asked questions, but that it's provided to us, and I'm happy to share and forward this email to anyone interested. She concludes the entire email by saying, or at least to this point, is it important to note that in applying the burden of proof, it will be on the Civil Recovery Authority to establish its case, comma, on a balance of probabilities, which is why I come back to that definition. The authority must satisfy the court of its case using evidence. The authority would, in certain circumstances where records may not be available any longer, also be unable to properly establish a fact and its assessment, and ought to consider the likelihood of success and whether it may discharge its burden of proof without certain information. As such, both sides will eventually be affected by any limitation period. However, setting the limitation period too narrowly may prejudice the authority's potential to bring cases in circumstances beyond 5 or 6 years where the information is being kept and is accessible and available. Madam President, I just shared that because I want to reiterate what Senator Herrera has said and what I infer from Senator Smith. We support this, the spirit of this bill. We went to committee, we made the effort, we took the time to go to committee, ask questions. The responses were received. We thank the FIU for the responses, but we put them on record now because we still have some questions in terms of how it will be enforced, because we think it is critical that for this to work, all of us, not just here as parliamentarians, but as the public, need to understand these terms, need to understand these processes that are being set up, because we want it to work. We need it to work. So the question is not about not supporting this draft, but it is making sure that we can strengthen it so that when it is applied, we do not run the risk of creating issues that cause it not to be successful. I will tell you in no uncertain terms, when this draft came up, when this idea came up, the number of people that came up and said this is going to be a great thing because I know so and so, he that only saw so and he got X, Y, and Z, I work my whole life. That has been the response, and I'm sharing in honest repetition because I think we know it to be true that there are things that have been happening from independence, if not before, and all of us need this to work. But it cannot be that in trying to get this to work that there is any constitutional trampling happening, which I don't think is the intent. But making sure that we make this as strong as possible because, and we just went through the budget, the onus is for us to make sure that government resources are protected, they are not defrauded, they are not compromised, they are not vulnerable. And we want to make sure if this is an effort to recover civil assets, public assets, then it be as strong as possible, and we want to support in getting a bill through that is as strong as possible. And so we look forward to clarifications, to responses to our questions in that effort to do that. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, just a short input here. I believe that we do not just need explanations and clarification, but we need to fix it before we proceed with the bill. I just want to, I know you will tell me that there will be a time, but to say that at the time the question is posed, we will be asking for a division because we do not support in the form that the bill is presented.
Well, Madam President, I want to thank Senator Williams for calling for a division. We will know, and the public will know, who is for and who is against this law. Who is against civil asset recovery? Who is against unexplained wealth orders? We are going to find out today, Madam President, who is for and who is against. Previews of coming attraction. Now, Madam President, the first point to be made, and I should say, Senator Herrera, Kevin Herrera, the supervisor of insurance, and all senators, the supervisor is here as well as the director of the FIU. When we go to committee, all these issues can be addressed. The first fundamental point to be made is that we are talking about civil and not criminal recovery. The first fundamental point to be made is that we're talking about civil and not criminal. Madam President, it is absolutely important to understand the jurisprudential basis of this legislation. It is a fact that on many occasions something takes place and someone is charged. Matter goes to trial and a witness does not turn up. The case tumbles down. An important document is sought to be tendered in evidence, and when they're looking at the file, all of a sudden they can't find a document. The case tumbles down. What the public is concerned about in circumstances where we're talking about persons involved in activity who it is clear that there is a disconnect between income from their known activities and assets that they have, is that they should be brought before a court to explain how they acquired that wealth. Senator Kevin Herrera raised the question about innocent until proven guilty. There is no criminal proceeding. No one is charged with any crime. So the question of being innocent does not arise. That principle does not arise. He raised the question of the standard of proof, and everybody has been talking about a balance of probability. From 1066 to today, the only standard of proof on the civil side is a balance of probability. But this is civil asset. Calm yourself down. I know you have an immunity to understanding. Just calm yourself down. As I was saying, Madam President, Senator Herrera, Kevin Herrera, and others have raised the question of the standard of proof. The only standard of proof used in courts on the civil side is a balance of probability. So this legislation, which will operate on the civil side, the standard of proof is consistent. He raised the question of the burden of proof. Who must prove what? And I will take a look at clause 59 of the bill and the next following clauses to demonstrate the scheme and rationale and the way in which it is expected to operate. Again, Senator Kevin Herrera expressed a very strong view about the immunity that is provided in the legislation. And he harked back to the Clico matter. And that went all the way to the CCJ in determining whether or not the supervisor had breached her duty under the legislation, and if so, whether she was protected by the immunity section in the Insurance Act, and the court interpreted the section consistent with other cases and found that she was protected by the immunity. The essential point on the question of immunity is that the immunity only applies if you act in good faith. If you're doing your job properly, if you're doing your job in good faith and not for an ulterior motive, then the court will protect you and provide immunity. When you are acting for a political purpose, for a personal purpose, or some vindictive basis, for a wrong reason, the immunity will not cover that person. It is important, Madam President. Senator Chanona sent an email to the lawyer at the FIU asking questions. The first one was the question of resources. We have increased the budget of the FIU by an additional $1 million to address these additional responsibilities. Madam President, the situation is as follows. Let's look at a hypothetical. Somebody holds public office in Belize, and he or she has a friend, and that friend comes and goes between Belize and the United States, and they become very good friends, and they want certain things at immigration speed up and certain papers issued when they are not entitled. And they say, I want to send you one tranche. And if you do this, I want to send one next tranche. And what happens, Madam President? That arrangement becomes public. And the Belizean people are upset. And they say, report it to the police. Unless and until the sender is in Belize, how do you prosecute that case criminally? How do you prove? Unless you can bring that witness, for that witness to stand up in court and say, I made an arrangement between me, A and B. And so the person has an opportunity to cross-examine. The police hand is tied. As clear and obvious as it is to all of us, a criminal case could not be brought because of a lack of a witness. Now, carrying that further, and Senator Chanona was concerned about the ability to initiate, to provoke the FIU to act. There is nothing barring any citizen to write to the Commissioner of Police, to write to the Director of the FIU, to the head of the Civil Asset Authority, and say, look at this. And by the way, that public officer now has 2 houses, 3 houses, have car. You don't need a witness in that scenario, Madam President. And that is the point. This legislation is designed where a criminal case cannot be brought, or a criminal case is brought and fails, or is brought and succeeds. But arising out of those facts, it can be shown that there is a connection to assets that the state will now say, whether you are guilty or whether you are innocent of that crime, there are assets which you must explain. And if you could explain it, it's yours. So let's take a look, Madam President, at Clause 59, just by way of an example. This is under the unexplained wealth orders. Where the Director of Financial Intelligence Unit, the Director of the Belize Tax Service Department, the Controller of Customs and Excise, the Chairperson of the Integrity Commission, Commissioner of Police, or such other person delegated by him not below the rank of an Assistant Superintendent, as the case may be, during the course of an investigation for an offense reasonably suspects that the total wealth of the respondent exceeds the value of his lawfully obtained wealth, the total wealth of the respondent is over $100,000, the property is owned by the respondent or is under his effective control, and the property was obtained through the commission of an offense, he may refer the case to the Civil Recovery Authority to apply to the court in writing for a preliminary unexplained wealth order requiring the respondent to file a declaration and answer the questions as required in relation to the property. An application under subsection 1 shall be accompanied by an affidavit stating the identity of the respondent, the grounds by which the applicant reasonably suspects that the total wealth of the respondent exceeds the value of his lawfully obtained wealth, the grounds by which the applicant reasonably suspects that any property is owned by the respondent or is under his effective control, and the grounds by which the applicant reasonably suspects that the property has been obtained through unlawful conduct. So the first point I make, Madam President, is that we're talking about a court proceeding. It must be supported by an affidavit. It must be supported by an affidavit that identifies the respondent, that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the wealth exceeds the lawful wealth, that the grounds by which the applicant reasonably suspects the property is owned by the respondent or is under his control, and the grounds by which the applicant reasonably suspects that the property has been obtained through unlawful conduct. So that goes before a court. It is not Ms. Isagiri in her office deciding to do this and moves. She has to go to court. Of course, you have to make a declaration. The court will issue the order and say, explain. You have to issue a declaration. And under 61, if you make a false declaration, it's an offense. Now 62. Where the court on an application made by the Civil Recovery Authority is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the property is owned by the respondent or is under his effective control, the known sources of the respondent's lawfully obtained income should have been insufficient for the purposes of enabling the respondent to obtain the property. The property has been obtained through unlawful conduct. It may make a preliminary unexplained wealth order requiring the respondent to file a declaration and appear before the court to answer questions relative to the property subject to the application, his assets, total wealth, for the court to decide whether or not to make an unexplained wealth order. I emphasize, Madam President, a preliminary order is being made so as a person can come to court to explain the scenario. Due process, Senator Kevin Herrera. Where a preliminary unexplained wealth order has been made under this section, a notice of making of the order shall be served on the respondent within 7 days of making the order. You go on an application to revoke the order, etc., and the whole process as to how this thing will operate. The point I make, Madam President and Senators, is the following. I believe certainly all senators, social partner senators, I believe all the senators on this side, and I believe some of the senators on that side are genuinely interested in providing in law for the civil asset recovery where the only some owner. I never will include you. Are genuinely interested, Madam President, in providing in law for the civil recovery of assets where a person cannot explain their wealth. Now, my final point, and this is particularly for Senator Perry. Senator Perry struggled, and we will come to this in the extradition bill. Senator Perry struggled to comprehend clause 8 and 9. I will read it slow for you. This part has effect for the purposes of enabling the Civil Recovery Authority to recover in civil proceedings before the court property which is or represents property obtained through unlawful conduct, not through the commission of a crime. Calm yourself down. Or property that has been used in or connection with unlawful conduct. Nine, unlawful conduct. Madam President, may I pause and move in accordance with Standing Order 10.8. I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes.
Thank you, Madam President. I was explaining clause 8 and 9. Now clause 9, unlawful conduct, is conduct which, if it occurs in Belize, is unlawful under the criminal law of Belize, or if it occurs in a country outside of Belize, is unlawful under the criminal law applying in that country, and if it occurred in Belize, would be unlawful under the criminal law of Belize. So, in extradition law, are you familiar with extradition law? Are you familiar with extradition law? There are provisions in our law, for example, in extradition, where the magistrate hearing the proceedings, the request for extradition, must satisfy himself or herself that the evidence before him or her constitutes a crime. It's not a trial. It is not a trial. And therefore, Madam President, where you have a situation like this, what you have is the FIU will be required to present before the judge evidence that, guess what? Here is a public officer. This public officer received money. This public officer delivered, performed some function from somebody. They're not charging them with a criminal offense, but had they wanted to bring a criminal offense, those elements are right there. The point being that we are showing that it is unlawful but not criminal. I repeat, Madam President, before you can proceed under this legislation, the FIU will be required to show unlawful conduct, not to prove criminal conduct. And there's a big difference. The big difference is the standard of proof. That's the big difference. So, I repeat, for the benefit of Senator Perry, whenever the FIU, Civil Asset Recovery Authority, has reason to believe that a person has benefited from abuse of office, importing something without paying customs duties, not paying their income tax, etc., conducting business for 5 years, 7 years without paying their business tax or GST, etc. You go to some store, they don't give you a receipt. They don't got calculator, they don't got records. You can't prove it criminally. But you look upon the size of the house and you say, hold on. You to report $20,000 for the year but they live in a 3-story house. We ask you for your papers, they say you not got none. Well, the court will simply say, hello, explain to me if this house belongs to you and you don't have a mortgage for it, and you have a store and reporting to the Belize Tax Service that you only make 20 or 30,000 for the whole year. Explain to us how you build this house. Explain. You will be given an opportunity to bring your lawyer and explain. The Belizean people, Madam President, are sick and tired of seeing gross abuse of persons enriching themselves to the benefit of themselves and to the detriment of the country. And this legislation is designed to attack that problem. The final point that you said I had, that was my final point, but I didn't remember the question of the limitation period. Senator Chanora got the explanation from the FIU. A balance has to be struck. The same concerns that have been stated in here. Ask yourself, try to remember what you were doing 12 years ago. And somebody said to you, account for all your activities on the 19th of June, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You will have a vague recollection. Under existing law, companies, persons are required by law to keep their papers for 6 years. That's what the law requires you as a business owner, to keep your papers for 6 years. This is saying 12. That then could come after you for up to 12 years. And we believe, Madam President, speak for myself, I felt that it should have been 6 years. That you can't expect people under law to be able to destroy their records and yet still be liable to come after them under this legislation for 12 years. The experts and the FIU said no, they wanted more time, and so it was doubled to 12 years with the ability to go to court to carry it even to 20 years. Senator Perfeet, it has nothing to do with politics. It simply has to do, from our perspective, that it is unfair to start now, today, to require people to go all the way back to prove how they acquired X or Y. And that is the sole objective. The director will come in here and explain that to you. So it is attempt to strike the balance. Madam President, I look forward to the call for the division so that we can see who all are in favor of this law. And I ask that the question be put.
Madam President, I call for the division.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24 and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to comply with the recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors insurance core principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 27001 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to limited liability companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. You may now make that request now if you wish.
But I made it earlier, Madam President, before the question was put.
Yeah, but the standing orders require that you make it after the question is put, so now you know do
Okay.
it.
Sorry, Madam President. I ask for a division, Madam President, on the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Division has been called on the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill. No idea. Senator Eamon Courtney.
Aye.
Senator Colette Montejo.
Aye.
Senator Isabel Bennett.
Aye.
Senator Christopher Koyi.
Aye.
Senator Erica Jang.
Aye.
Senator Bevington Carl.
Aye.
Senator Michael Perifit.
Because of Section 8, 9, and 57, no.
That is a no, right?
Because of Section 8, 9, and 57, no. That is a clear no.
Senator Beverly Williams.
No.
Senator Antonio Herrera.
No.
Senator Kevin Herrera.
Yes.
Senator Bengushe is absent. Senator Elena Smith.
Aye.
Senator Janelle Chanona.
Aye.
As it relates to the division of votes on the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023, there were 9 votes in favor of the bill. There were 3 votes against the bill, and 1 senator was absent. So the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Belize Company Act number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct. The bill for an act to amend the International Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270/01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. And the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, the government has a fundamental difference with the previous administration. We believe that the lotteries, the Bolido, should be brought back into government ownership and control. This bill will provide for the bringing of control of the lottery and Bolido, and to allow the Lotteries Committee to grant a license to a wholly owned entity of the government to conduct those lotteries. Emphasis on wholly owned and emphasis on the committee. Madam President, we circulated this morning some further amendments that we will move in the Committee of the Whole Senate, the effect of which is to vest the power to grant this license in the Lotteries Committee and not in the Minister. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill, as you know, has been in committee for a while in order for us to get it right. I think the Senate should be aware of a number of issues. The first is that this bill, Madam President, will make a significant change in the existing extradition regime in Belize. The first change is that extradition has always been on the basis of reciprocity. Two states agreeing that they will extradite their nationals or persons requested for trial or to serve sentence in the requesting country in respect of offenses usually listed in the schedule of the bill. This bill will continue reciprocity only in relation to the United States of America and the United Mexican States because there are treaties between Belize and those countries. All other extradition arrangements will be on the basis of what is described as extradition arrangements, which are made between Belize and a specific country or a group of countries. And in fact, we are adopting what is described as a Commonwealth model, which is to allow for the requests from Commonwealth states among themselves for the extradition of persons to face trial or to serve their sentence. There is therefore no list of offenses in the bill because, Senator Perrafeet, what does the section say? Extraditable offense. A conduct in the territory of a foreign state or a Commonwealth country which, if it occurred in Belize, will constitute an offense, which on indictment or complaint is punishable with imprisonment for a term of 5 years, or any greater punishment, and which, however described in the laws of the foreign state or the Commonwealth country, is so punishable under those laws. So here again, Madam President, is an example where the magistrate in this case is not trying the case in Belize. He or she is looking at the evidence to see whether the elements of the offense is made out, which, if there was a trial in Belize, would constitute an offense. Very similar to what we were discussing a short while ago. This provision provides for what is referred to in extradition law of dual criminality. It must be a crime in Belize and it must be a crime in the requesting state. Minimum of 5 years, the offenses that are covered by extradition going forward. Madam President, members of the Senate, there are a number of further amendments which we propose to move in the Committee of the Whole Senate. The primary reason for these amendments, Madam President, is, first of all, there are a few typographical errors, etc., which need to be done. But in the main, it is to ensure that due process rights of persons who are subject of extradition requests are respected and honored when they are being proceeded with in Belize. We are also ensuring that where a minister enters into an extradition arrangement with another country, that it must be publicized, i.e. it must be gazetted and must be brought for a negative resolution to the National Assembly. That was not in the bill, so we insist that people need to know that they may be extradited to our country tomorrow. That has to be publicized. And as I said, Madam President, it is just to clean up the bill, in our view, to make it clearer that the due process rights are protected. Madam President, it is hoped that a signal will be sent by Belize to the world community that we are not a haven of rogues. And whether an extradition treaty exists or not, you will be able to make a request to the Minister of Foreign Affairs to enter into an extradition arrangement going forward in the future, so that a person may be brought to court, go through the process, and extradited if the provisions of the Act are satisfied. It is hoped that extradition process itself will also be quicker. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Purfey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as the leader of government business indicated earlier, because when we talk about extradition, Madam President, we're talking U.S. and Belize. It's the rare case when it's not the U.S., when you have these extradition matters per se. But that is covered in a treaty. So that is governed by that treaty along with Mexico. So pretty much, Madam President, this extradition act or this bill is for everything else, practically. And this is the bill, Madam President, that I would have loved to have seen the government use the opportunity to withdraw this authority that the minister has, because it is not in the best interest of the minister, to be quite frank. I think these are legal matters. The minister, I believe, that role, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that role should be that of a conduit between some foreign state and our courts. And that the minister, or the Ministry of, let me just say, so it doesn't sound ad hominem, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, only responsibility, I believe, Madam President, should be to authenticate that it's a legitimate request from a foreign state, and then pass it on to the courts to decide on all matters. Don't get involved. Madam President, if you look at section 2, page 4, Senator Montero, page 4, where it says, in this act, appropriate authority includes the minister. And then when you look at section 10, a person shall not be surrendered under part 4 or committed or kept in custody for the purposes of surrender if it appears to an appropriate authority, which includes the minister, that an offense of which that person is accused or was convicted is an offense of a political character, the offense of which that person is accused or was convicted is an offense under military law, and the like. Madam President, I don't think that the minister should have that authority to decide that. I think that should go directly to the court. You get a legitimate extradition request, whether it complies with the law, whether it's a legitimate request or not, should be determined immediately by a court of law. The other sections, Madam President, if you look at section 11.4, on receipt of any extradition request, the minister may issue an authority to proceed unless it appears to the minister that an order for the surrender of the person concerned could not lawfully be made or could not in fact be made in accordance with the provisions of the Act. Once again, Madam President, I don't think that the minister should be deciding that. That is for a court of law. And I know, if memory serves me correct, Madam President, I think that, I'm trying to think when was the last time we've had a foreign minister that was not an attorney. And I think, Madam President, that may have gone all the way back to the Right Honorable George Price, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, man. He started, no, Honorable, right, he was a lawyer too? I know he was to be a priest, but the first ever foreign affairs, this last one was a lawyer, and a very good one. King's Counsel like yourself. but from all the way back to, I think, Vernon Harrison Courtney, Madam President, from since then to now, all foreign ministers have been lawyers. So I think that there is maybe an unconscious thing that whoever is a foreign minister will be able to understand and dissect legal procedures. And I don't think that we should make that assumption, Madam President. And we should not be putting the minister in a position to make legal judgments. If you look at 11.5, an authority to proceed shall specify the offense under the laws of Belize, which it appears to the minister would be constituted by equivalent conduct in Belize. I don't think that should be left to a minister. I think you get the request in a package. You authenticate that, yes, indeed, this is a legitimate package from a state who we have extradition arrangements with, and you immediately pass that on to the Chief Justice of Belize and let the judges, the magistrates, and other members of the legal fraternity deal with that, stay out of that, especially since the minister is clearly a part of the executive. Madam President, if you look at section 12, where it talks about a magistrate can issue an arrest warrant for a person. If you look at subsection 4, where it talks about a magistrate is empowered to issue a provisional warrant, it says where a provisional warrant is issued under this section, the authority who issues it shall forthwith notify and transmit the information and evidence upon which it was issued to the minister. And then, under subsection 6, the minister shall by order published in the Gazette cancel the warrant, and if the person has been arrested under it, discharge that person from custody if the minister decides not to issue an authority to proceed in respect of the person to whom the warrant relates. I don't think that the minister should be doing that, Madam President. I think that it should be left solely to the judicial system once the request comes in. Once the request comes in, you pass that on to the Chief Justice and have them deal with that. I think the law should have been tailored to reflect that judges should be the one doing the judging in all aspects of any legal matters. And Madam President, that's just pretty much my concern with the ever presence of the minister or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in judicial matters. I think it should not be a part of it. I think it would be good for the minister and the ministry to say, listen, every single decision that was made regarding this extradition was made by a judge or a magistrate, not by me, so that nobody can claim, nobody can even claim that there's any political taint to any judicial proceeding that we may have. And those are my submissions, Madam President.
Madam President, I always tell people, when you have a choice between modesty and honesty, choose honesty. So let me be honest. As the most successful extradition lawyer in Belize, let me school you. Listen to what I am saying and try to understand. Madam President, members of the Senate, there is a fundamental misconception in the arguments advanced by Senator Perry, made in good faith on this occasion. Extradition is an arrangement between two states. There is no country in the world, none, that has judicial extradition. The situation is the following. A request is made by a state that says John Brown is indicted or charged with an offense in country A, called a requesting state. They have reason to believe that he is in country B, the requested state, and they send their evidence duly authenticated to say, there is an offense, this is a person who has committed it, but he is with you. Kindly send him. You go through that court process. And in every single country in the world, the state reserves the right, after that court process is completed, to decide whether or not it will send the person. Madam President, if what Senator Perry is advocating for, Rhett Fuller would have been sent. He exhausted the court process, and the court said, send him to the United States. He invoked the provision in the law that allows you to say to the minister, yes, they want me. Yes, they have satisfied the requirements. But in this particular case, this Belizean should not be sent. And the minister is required to receive representations from that person, not on whether there is evidence, because the court has already gone over that, but to determine, in his case, to go and face a trial in relation to facts that were more than 20 years old. He had built a life in Belize, in full view of the public, including the United States, who had come to Belize and entrapped him. Listen to this, Madam President. He was charged with murder in the United States. DEA agents, in cahoots with members of the Belize Police Department, brought him to the police station, into a room to give evidence. He was not aware that he was being recorded by the DEA. They were attempting to get him to go back to the United States to snitch on somebody else in a case in which he didn't know anything about, but they were saying, if you go to court and say you were present, we are reduce the charges for you in what you are facing. And so all of that discussion is taking place and being recorded. His right to remain silent was never read to him. His right to an attorney was never offered to him. You know why? He was not charged with any crime in Belize. And so the Belize police had no obligation to inform him of his rights. He was not being investigated by any police in Belize. And so they were not obligated to inform him of his right. The DEA agents were not in the United States. So US law doesn't apply in Belize. So they were not required to inform him of his right to remain silent, to inform him that he was being recorded, to inform him that he had a right to an attorney, to inform him that he had a right to leave. What happened? What happened? You see this? You hear him? The court should have freed him. This is why he doesn't understand. There was no trial. There was no trial. The point I am making, Madam President,
Perfect, can we be reminded
point
of the
I am
standing order
making-
to keep silent while someone is speaking?
the point I am making, Madam President, is a person's basic rights were infringed because of a legal loophole, where the U.S. knew that their law did not apply, and the Belize police knew that he had no rights in Belize because he was not being investigated or charged. And so they entrapped him into giving evidence against himself. That is the type of consideration that doesn't arise when a magistrate is hearing an extradition. Why? Because the objection that he could take is to be taken in the trial court, not before the magistrate, because the magistrate is not trying the case. And so there is a safeguard built into the legislation that on non-legal issues, you can go to the minister and say, look at what they have done to me. Look at what they have done to me. In fact, look at what they are going to do to me. Would we today receive a request from certain countries, and I'm not going to name them, where there is no rule of law, and they can satisfy the technicalities on paper, and say, send this person to this country, I want to try them, where the courts are corrupt, where the courts have politicized, where due process rights are not recognized. Let me give you an example. The Republic of El Salvador has over 60,000 people in prison in their fight against crime. In their war against gangs, the presence of a tattoo on your body is evidence that you are a member of that gang. So as a young person, or even as an old person, you may be in that gang. And you are picked up today without proof that you are doing anything, that you are cooperating with the gang, you are extorting people, you are committing any crime. The fact that you have the tattoo bangles prison. And when we raise that diplomatically and express our concern for due process, you know what the answer is? Our laws say if you got on the tattoo, that's the evidence. So imagine somebody, let's assume, yes, look Mike, be careful. Let's assume, Madam President, someone was in fact in a gang. Someone has been deported from the United States to El Salvador and has gang insignia on their body. And they turn over their life and they find they're in Belize. They've been here for 15 years, 20 years, making a family. And the government of El Salvador says, extradite this person. What is the evidence? The evidence according to the law of El Salvador, you have a tattoo. See a picture of the tattoo here? Send them. The government of Belize must reserve the right in special circumstances to decide whether or not it is going to comply with the request. That protection, that safeguard, Madam President, has saved Red Fuller. That protection, Madam President and Senators, exists in every treaty, every extradition treaty, every law for extradition. And we on this side firmly say it should be reserved. I will close by saying this. Even that decision by the minister can be challenged in court. So it is not that our discretion is just being exercised. It can be challenged in court. So there is supervision of that decision. We believe, Madam President and Senators, that the extradition bill modernizes extradition law in Belize. We believe it streamlines the process, and we believe that it provides the necessary protection for anybody who is subject to this law, and we commend it to the Senate. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure of expedition and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 5.4, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. Honorable members, Members?
Reporting and third reading of bills.
Recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2023-2024 Number 1 Bill 2023, the Belize Companies Amendment Bill 2023, the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023, the Insurance Bill 2023, Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023, International Limited Liability Companies Amendment Bill 2023, Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023, and pass them without amendment. I now move that these bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024, that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force Recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminating spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors Insurance Corps principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liability Companies Act, Chapter 270, 01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liability Companies Act to the Limited Liability Companies Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemptions granted to the limited liability companies, and to provide for the matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding to proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, all be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
General Revenue Supplementary. The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024. Companies Bill. The bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The Financial Intelligence Unit. Bill for an act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Insurance Bill. Bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition. The Civil Asset Unexplained Wealth Bill, a bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of proceedings of unlawful conduct, the International Limited Liabilities Company. A bill for an act to amend the International Limited Liabilities Company Act, Chapter 270-01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition. The Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill. A bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023 and the Extradition Bill 2023 and passed them both with amendments. I now move that these bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time with amendments. That the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time with amendments. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extradition and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.